and the one who created me assigned a place for my tent, and he said, make your dwelling in Jacob, and Israel receive your inheritance. From eternity in the beginning he created me, and for the eternity I shall not cease to exist. In the holy tabernacle I ministered before him, and so I was established in Zion. In the beloved city likewise he gave me a resting place, and in Jerusalem was my dominion. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Zechariah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
As for you also, because of the blood of your covenant, I will set your prisoners free from the waterless pit. Return to the stronghold, you prisoners of hope. Even today I declare that I will restore double to you. For I have bent Judah, my bow, fitted the bow with Ephraim, and raised up your sons. O Zion, against your sons, O Greece, and made you like the sword of a mighty man. Then the Lord will be seen over them, and his arrow will go forth like lightning. The Lord God will blow the trumpet, and will go with whirlwinds from the south. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from Proverbs the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Surely I am more stupid than any man, and do not have the understanding of a man. I neither learned wisdom, nor have knowledge of the Holy One. Who has ascended into heaven, or descended? Who has gathered the wind in his fists? Who has bound the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is his son's name, if you know? Every word of God is pure. He is a shield to those who put their trust in him. Do not add to his words, lest he rebuke you, and you be found a liar. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Choice nine, hallelujah, Chenevran, Mefyot, Nemepshidin, Embebnevmath, Oe, Bonotin, Uotamin, Doxabatri, Ke Eo, Ke Ageo, Bnevmati, Kenin, Kai, Ke Estosion, Astonionon, Amin. The praise of the third hour of the Thursday of the Holy Pascha, may its blessings be with us all, Amen. O Lord, make us worthy to pray thankfully. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, through Jesus Christ our Lord. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Kyrie eleison, thok tetigom nembion, smonem bia vai shaine minem benoit benoti benorum.
Savior. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever and ever.
Some of them even they gather together against the life of the righteous. And condemn innocent blood. He has brought on them their iniquity, and the Lord, our God shall come. Evangelion Kyrion keton theonemon ikatef somen sofia ortea somen to agio evan
ולכן באבנגליון אוהב קאטה מתחיון אגיו.
From the Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. They gather together against the life of the righteous and condemn innocent blood. He has brought on them their own iniquity and wickedness. The Lord our God shall cut them off. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. Matthew, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings Now, on the first day of the feast of the unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, "Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover?" And he said, "Go into the city to a certain man and say to him, 'The teacher says, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples.'" So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them, and they prepared the Passover. Glory to
خير برادنا مفيوتنا مبشيرين بابن ما الثواب ونوت إنهوت أمين. The prophecies of the 6th hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha is blessed be with us all. Amen. From Jeremiah the prophet.
Hear the word of the Lord, all, all you of Judah who enter in at these gates to worship the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. Do not trust in these lying words, saying that the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord are these. For if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you do not oppress the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, or walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers forever and ever. Behold, you trust in lying words that cannot profit. Will you steal, murder, commit adultery, swear falsely, burn incense into oil, and walk after other gods whom do not know, and then come and stand before me in this house which is called by my name, and say, we are delivered to do all these abominations? Has this house which is called by my name become a den of thieves in your eyes? Behold, even I, have seen it, says the Lord. But go now to my place, which was Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it, because of the wickedness of my people Israel. And now because you have done all these works, says the Lord, and I spoke to you, rising up early and speaking, but you do not hear, and I called you, but you did not answer. Therefore I will do to the house which is called by my name, in which you trust, and to this place which I gave to you and your fathers, as I have done to Shiloh. And I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, the whole prosperity of Ephraim. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Ezekiel the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
As for you, O house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, go serve every one of you his idols, and hereafter, if you will not obey me, but profane my holy name no more with your gifts and your idols, for on my holy mountain, on the mountain height of Israel, says the Lord God, there all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, shall serve me. There I will accept them, and there I will require your offerings, and the first fruits of your sacrifices, together with all your holy things. I will accept you as a sweet aroma when I bring you out from the peoples and
If calamity befalls you, you will find him there ahead of you, and while pretending to help you, he will shake his head and clamp his hands, and whisper much in the change of his expression. Whoever touches the pitch will be defiled, and whoever associates with the proud man will become like him. Glory be to the Father, Holy Son.
Šajsanina, Šajsanina, Duxabatrike, Yokagnavatikin, Kestosonoston, Amin, Doxology of the 6th hour of the great Thursday, Holy Baskas, blessing be with us all, Amin. Hear us, O Lord, we pray, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Deliver us from evil, through Jesus Christ our Lord. For thine is the kingdom, Kyrie eleison, Thectigum nebio. Hear us, Lord, to pray together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory.
Psalm of David. Let the lying lips be put to silence. Which which speak insolent things. Proudly and contemptuously.
Marconageo.
From the Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak insolent things, proudly and contemptuously against the righteous. For I hear the slander of many, fear is on every side, while they take counsel together against me. They scheme to take away my life. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Mark, the evangelist, apostle, and pure disciple. May his blessing Now on the first day of the unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover lamb, his disciples said to him, "Where do you want us to go and prepare that you may eat the Passover?" And he sent out 2 of his disciples and said to them, "Go into the city, and a man will meet you carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him wherever he goes in. Say to the master of the house, 'The teacher says, where is the guest room in which I may eat the Passover with my disciples?' Then he will show you a large upper room, furnished and prepared. There make ready for us." So his disciples went out and came into the city, and found it just as he had said to them, and they prepared the Passover.
Glory to you, Lord. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the one God. Amen. The prophecies of the 9th hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha. May its blessings be with us all. Amen.
Now it came to pass after these things that the God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. Then he said, Take now your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains, of which I shall tell you. So Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and he split the wood and for the burnt offering, and arose and went to the place of which God has told him. Then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said to the young men, Stay here with the donkey. The lad and I will go Jordan and worship, and we will come back to you. So Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and 2 of them went together. But Isaac spoke to Abraham, his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here I am, my son. Then he said, Look, the fire, the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide for himself the lamb for your burnt offering. So the 2 of them went together. Then they came to a place of which God has told him. And Abraham built an altar there and placed the wood in order. And he bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called him from the heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. So he said, Here I am. And he said, Do not lay your hands on the lad, or do anything to him, for now I know you fear the God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. Then Abraham lifted his eyes and looked, and there behind him was a ram caught in the tricker by its horn. So Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up for the burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called that place, The God will provide, as it is said to this day. In the mountain of the Lord it shall be provided. Then the angel of the Lord called Abraham a second time out of the heaven and said, By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done these things and have not withheld your son, your only son. Blessings I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven and as the sand which is on the seashore. And your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies. In your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned to his young men, and they rose and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. Glory to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with the Lamb.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me. He has sent me to preach glad tidings to the poor, to heal the broken in heart, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and recovery of sight to the blind, to declare the acceptable year of the Lord and the day of recompense, to comfort all that mourn, that there should be given to them that mourn in Zion glory instead of ashes, the oil of joy to the mourners, the garment of glory for the spirit of heaviness. And they shall be called generations of righteousness, the planting of the Lord for glory. And they shall build up the old waste places, they shall raise up those that were before made desolate, and shall renew the desert cities, even those that had been desolate for many generations. And strangers shall come and feed thy flocks, and aliens shall be thy ploughmen and vine dressers. But ye shall be called priests of the Lord, the ministers of God. You shall eat the strength of nations, and shall be admired because of their wealth. Thus shall they inherit the land a second time, and everlasting joy shall be upon their head. Glory be to Holy Trinity. Also reading from Job the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
And the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shiva, that is the king's valley, after his return from the feed of Chedorlaomer, and the kings were with him. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out the bread and wine. He was a priest of God Most High, and he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand, and he gave him a tenth of all. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Job the prophet, may his blessings be to us all. Amen.
As God lives, who has taken away my justice, and the Almighty who has made my soul bitter, as long as my breath is in me, and the breath of God in my nostrils. My lips will not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit. Far be it from me that I should say you are right till I die. I will not put away my integrity from me. My righteousness I hold fast, and I will not let it go. My heart shall not reproach me as long as I live. May my enemy be like the wicked, and he who rises up against me like the unrighteous. For what is the hope of the hypocrite? Though he may gain much, if God takes away his life, will God hear his cry when trouble comes? Those who survive him shall be buried in death, and their widows shall not weep. Though he heaps up silver like dust and piles up clothing like clay, he may pile it up, but the just will wear it, and the innocent will divide the silver. He builds his house like refined. Iron is taken from the earth, and copper is smelted from ore. Man went to darkness and searches every recess, for awe in the darkness and the shadow of death. He breaks open a shaft from people in places forgotten by feet. They hang far away from men. They swing to and fro. As for the earth, from it comes bread, but underneath it turned up as by fire. Its stones are the source of sapphires, and it contains gold dust. That path no bird knows, nor has the falcon's eye seen it. The proud lions have not trodden it, nor has the fierce lion passed over it. He puts his hand on the flint. He overturns the mountains at the roots. He cuts out channels in the rocks, and his eyes see every precious thing. He dams up the streams from trickling. What is hidden brings forth to the light. But where can wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding? Man does not know its value, nor is it found in the land of the living. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
A homily of our Father, Saint Abba Shenouda the Archimandrite. May his holy blessings be with us all. Amen. There are works which we see as good, but are unacceptable to God. Let us not overlook one another and thus sin in the holy places. For the Lord did not plant in the paradise good trees and bad trees, but he planted only good trees. He did not plant in it fruitless trees or trees bearing bad fruit. Not only this, but even the people themselves whom he placed there, when they disobeyed, he did not bear them and cast them from it. From this, my brethren, know that it is not appropriate for the holy dwelling places of God to be filled with people who are evil and good. As the world is full of sinners, treacherous, saints, and defiled people, but those who sin shall not be left in it, but he will take them out. I know that the whole earth is the Lord's. So if his house is similar to the rest of the earth, then what will be its advantage? If I am a priest and I do evil deeds like the evil people on earth, I should not be called a priest. So many times we do the wrong things, but we do not judge ourselves. Nobody dares to fill your house with dirt unless he finds you negligent. The king's chamberlain dares not allow anybody to enter the palace, whether he is complying with the king's rules or not, without the king's permission. If he does allow anything different from this, then he will be punished. Let us conclude the homily of our Father, Saint Abba Shenouda the Archimandrite, who has enlightened our minds and the eyes of our hearts. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the one God. Amen. choice nine alleluia, Chenevran, Emithiot, Nemepshirin, and Bibnevmaith, Oeb, Onotian, Otamin, Doxabatri, Ke Eo, Ke Ageo, Bnevmati, Kenin, Ke Ai, Ke Stosion, Astonion, Amin. The praise of the 9th hour of the Thursday of the Holy Pascha, may its blessings be with us all. Amen. O Lord, make us worthy to pray thankfully. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever and ever. Kyrie eleison, hoc te tigo,
Sotiren agathos, doctetico, nembion, nempismonem, diamai, shainemi. Pasotiren agathos, tetigon, nembion, nembismon, nembiamai, shainemi. Is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen. Emmanuel, our God and our King. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen, my Lord Jesus Christ, my good Savior. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever and ever. Amen.
Salmos tunda avint em choice pethna omoni emo oi enef ericha en heli af ethrisho nichen o ma ef et Amshan oshti Ef mo ente em ton
Keberto kataxia thinimes tis acroasios tagi evangelio, Kyrion kiton theoremon, eketev sumen sofeia ortheako sumen, to agio evangelio. Anagnosis volgen pi evangelioneth oem kata metheon agio. Doxa si
From the Psalms of our teacher David the prophet and king. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Matthew, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings Now, on the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover? And he said, Go into the city to a certain man, and say to him, The teacher says, My time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples. So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them, and they prepared the Passover.
Eneveranen titreas en homoseios efiot neme beshiri nembed nevma ethoa pi oinen ta efmi vi eter oini ero cosmos. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the one God. Amen. The commentary of the first hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha. May its blessings be with us all. Amen.
The disciples asked Jesus, "The Passover is near. Tell us, Lord, where to prepare it for you." Jesus answered them, "Go into the city, and there you shall meet a man bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him, and wheresoever he shall go in, say to the good man of the house, 'The master says, where is the guest chamber where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples?' And he will show you a large room furnished and prepared. There make ready for us." His disciples did as the Lord said. "Come, all you nations, rejoice that God the Word became your Passover, the unleavened bread, the first Passover with the Lamb which delivered the Jews from the slavery of Pharaoh. And the new Passover is Jesus Christ, who delivered us from the evil one. By many ways he prepared for us salvation, which is now for everybody, from east to west. He attracted everybody to the highest mercy and showed us his grace. He took what is ours and gave us what is his."
He came and suffered for us, that he may save us through his suffering. The commentary of the third hour.
At the morning, Moses said to the Israelites that they have sinned in front of the Lord because they had made an ox to worship, and he is going to ask the Lord to have mercy and forgive their sins. Moses the prophet went to the Lord and bowed down, saying, "O Lord, the compassionate, forgive your people's sins. But if not, blot me out of your book you wrote." The Lord said to him, "I will blot out those who sinned, not you." When the people heard those punishments, they cried out. But the Lord said, "You are harsh, ungodly, stiff-necked, and behold, I shall blot you out of my book."
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us. Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his great mercy. The commentary of the sixth hour.
Listen to what the Lord said to the Israelites. Let everyone leave his sins and ungodliness. You may have defiled my holy name and made gods of gold, but I will accept you, take you to my holy mountain so that you worship me, and I shall raise you above all nations. You will know that I am the Lord and none else but me, and everyone on heaven, on earth, and on the seas will worship me and ask for my forgiveness.
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us. Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his great mercy. The commentary of the ninth hour.
When Abraham rose above the people in the Lord's eyes, the Lord appeared to him and told him, "Abraham, take now your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains." Abraham did what the Lord said, and took his son and 2 servants, and saddled his ass, and went into the place which God had told him. Abraham told his men, "Stay here, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you." Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and took the fire and the knife, and both of them went to the mountain together. Isaac spoke to Abraham, saying, "Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham said, "My son, God will provide himself a lamb for an acceptable offering." Abraham built the altar there and laid the wood in order and bound Isaac's legs and hands and laid him on the altar upon the wood. Isaac said, "I am your offering today, my father." Abraham took the knife to slay his son to accomplish God's command. Then the voice of the Lord called unto him, saying, "Abraham, lay not your hand upon the lad, and do not hurt him. For now I know that you have loved me and do not worship your only son. In blessings I will bless you, And in multiplying I will multiply your seeds as the stars of the heaven and as the sand upon the seashore. Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw a ram caught in a bush by its horns. Abraham went and took the ram and offered it for burnt offering instead of his son. The Almighty God blessed Abraham, for the found him well pleasing in everything.
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us, that he might save us through his suffering. Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his great mercy. Ie Christos pensotir av I avshepem ka inachen nefem ka entef soti emon arenti ouna tenecisi empeferan jeafero onai nime katapefneshti enai. So we're going to pray the morning litanies now, but if the deacons would like to get their tunyas and go in the hekel with the buna, they will get dressed, getting ready for the and come out after we finish the litanies. Eklinomen tagonata, Ainanev noti prator, Anastomen eklinomen tagonata, Ainanev noti pensotir, Eanastomen eklinomen tagonata, Ainanev noti ovonainan. Pray that God may have mercy and compassion on us, hear us, sustain us, and continuously accept the prayers and supplications of his saints on our behalf for our good always, and forgive us our sins. Lord, have mercy. Ask for the peace of the one, only, holy, universal, and apostolic Church, and the salvation of God in the congregations, and for the safety of every place, and the forgiveness of our sins. Kyrie eleison. Ask for our fathers and brothers who are sick with any type of sickness here and in all other places, so that our Lord would cure them and forgive us our sins. Lord, have mercy. Ask and pray for our fathers and brethren who are actually on travels, and them anywhere who intend to travel, that God may facilitate the ways of all of them, whether by sea, river, or lake, or air, or on the beaten track, or those travelling by all means, that Christ our Lord may bring them back to their homes in safety and forgive us our sins. Kyrie eleison. Ask and pray for the rains and the winds of heaven and the fruits of the lands and all the trees and vineyards, also that every fruitful tree be blessed and grow in safety, and for the forgiveness of our sins. Lord, have mercy. Ask and pray that God may give us mercy and sympathy in the hearts of all the rulers, presidents, and kings at all times, and forgive us our sins. Kyrie eleison. Ask and pray for our fathers and our brethren who have slept and rested in the faith of Christ since the beginning, our holy fathers, the archbishops, our fathers, the bishops, our fathers, the priests, our brethren, the deacons, our fathers, the monks, and our fathers, the laymen, and for the repose of all the Christians, that Christ our Lord may rest all their souls in the paradise of joy. And we as well, may he have mercy on us and forgive us our sins. Lord, have mercy. Ask and pray for them who attend to the sacrifices, the oblations, the first fruits, the oil, the incense, the coverings, the books of the readings, and the vessels of the altar, that Christ our God may reward them in the heavenly Jerusalem, and forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Ask and pray for the catechumens of our church, that the Lord blesses them, enlightens their hearts, and confirms them in the faith of the Holy Orthodox Church until the end of their lives, and forgives us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Ask and pray for this holy church and all the churches and monasteries of the Orthodox people, the Orthodox fathers of the church, and for the whole world, that God grants all of us security and keeps us away from all evil, and forgives us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for the life of venerated Father, the Archbishop Papa Theodorus II, and his part of apostolic ministry of the old bishop, that God may keep him for us many years of peaceful times, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for the Orthodox metropolitans, bishops in every place, the protopriests, the priests, the deacons, all the orders of the church, that the Lord God keep and strengthen them and forgive us our sins. We ask and pray for those who are poor, for the weak people, the peasants, for all those who are in distress of any kind, that our Lord be merciful with them and with us also. May he forgive us our sins. Who told us to mention them in our prayers and Holy Church, that God may remember them according to his great goodness at all times, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We pray and ask for the rising of the waters of the rivers, this she that Christ our Lord may bless them and raise them according to their measure, and may God bring gladness to the earth and sustain mankind, give safety to the cattle, and save us from all inflation, plagues, earthquakes, drowning, fire, and depredation of the barbarian, the sword of the stranger, and the rising of the heretics, and the grant peace and tranquility for our holy Orthodox Church. To the Orthodox Christians in the whole world, now and forever, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for the holy Basilica of our good Saviour, so that he may complete it for us in peace and show us the joy of his holy power for resurrection, while all of us are safe, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Ebnoti naina antesho nairo nario naini med kentek med orum.
Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. O King of peace, grant us your peace, confirm to us your peace, and forgive us our sins. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Disperse the enemies of the church and fortify her to be unshakable forever.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Emmanuel, our God, is among us now in his Father's glory and the Holy Spirit.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
We worship you, O Christ, with your good Father and the Holy Spirit, for you were crucified and saved us. Amen.
The blessing of this holy Pascha of our good Savior. May their holy blessing, their benediction, their power, their gift, their love, their help be with us all. Amen. Be Christos ben Noti.
Amen. As shopping.
King of peace, grant us your peace. Establish for us your peace and forgive us our sins. For yours the power, the glory, the blessing, and the honor. Amen. Hear us, O Lord, pray thankfully, our Father.
Who art in heaven,
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not to temptation. Deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory.
forever and ever. Amen.
Aşkak soti Teti Theoto Coseto Amare Choice Mot Nanem Pico Evor Senioten apostolos hem psepentenima athiti epchois emot anempi
Eleisunemes, Hotheos, Hopetiro, Pantocrator, Penegatries, Eleisunemes, Epchoisif Notin, Tenigum, Shopinimen Amin, Monantan and Ovithos, and Nenethlepsis, and Nenhokegavilerok. O Lord, make us worthy to pray thankfully. Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. En Christos Iisus ben choice.
Leflogison,
Ebe brosevshe statete.
Irini pas.
Ketom pneumatiso.
Let us give thanks to the beneficent and merciful God, the Father of our Lord, God and Saviour, Jesus Christ. For he has covered us, helped us, guarded us, accepted us to himself, spared us, supported us, and has brought us to this hour. Let us also ask him to keep us in peace this holy day and all the days of our life. The Pantocrator, the Lord our God.
Prose vexasti.
Lord, have mercy.
Master, Lord God, the Pantocrator, the Father of our Lord God and Saviour Jesus Christ, we thank you for everything, concerning everything, and in everything. For you have covered us, helped us, guarded us, accepted us to yourself, spared us, supported us, and have brought us to this hour.
Pray that God may have mercy and compassion upon us, hear us, help us, and accept the supplications and prayers of his saints for that which is good on our behalf at all times, and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Therefore we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Grant us to complete this holy day and all the days of our life in all peace with your fear. All envy, all temptation, all works of Satan, the counsel of wicked men, and the rising up of enemies, hidden or manifest, take them away from us and from all your from this holy place which is yours, and from this water. But those things which are good and profitable do provide for us. For it is you who have given us the authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, and upon all the power of the enemy.
Kyrie eleison tenos temevionem ebshirinem bebnem matoem vebnomot sheretik ecclesiam Shereti parthenos etas mesbensoti Sherene mareiati Sherom pietnet Misinane memnoti pilogos Sherene mare Eyachin o Sheretoab Sherene mariet mavim vietoab Sheremi chai il pineshten arshi angelo shere Gabriel pisot empi pai shenot shereni sherubim shereni seraf shere tagmatirone poranion shere nashoi senio oti Iisus be Christos sherena kopi martiro oshere evangelisti shere vi apostolos Marcos pite oremos shere Stefano ospi shorbe marti sherbe arshi zeyakono etes marot sherben yotava bisho Hoy viet mi piromente leo shervni otava bavli ente be Christos Iisus be Christos en saf fu o en tof penim sha en apostatis en oten ostem moftenti ona pe poronteti Kirini semninan te kirini kanen novinane vol gore vol nega agente tiekekle ares of peros neskim shaene Emmanuel penoti enten miti تين وخنب أو انت ببيوت نبم نم مطوى بنت فزميرون تيرين توبو إن ننهي تنتفتالت شوني شون انتنين بسكين منن تنوش تمخو بخريستوس نمبكيوتن جاب أشكاك صوتي Have mercy upon me, O God, according to your loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercies. Blot out my transgressions, wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you only have I sinned and done this evil in your sight, that you may be found just when you speak and blameless when you judge. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin my mother conceived me. Behold, you desire truth in inward parts, and in inward parts you will make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me hear joy and gladness, that the bones you have broken may rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with your generous spirit. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall be converted to you. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, the God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Lord, open my lips, for you do not desire sacrifice, or else I would give it. You do not delight in burnt offering. Sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. These, O God, you will not despise. Do good in Then you shall be pleased with sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offering and whole burnt offering. Then they shall offer bulls on your altar. Alleluia, doxasi, o doxa betrike, eioke, agium pneumatike, ninkaikes, onastone onon, amin. Alleluia.
From the book of Genesis, the prophet may his blessings be with us all, amen. Then the Lord appeared to him by the terebinth trees of Mamre, and he was sitting in the tent door in the heat of the day. So he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the ground and said, My Lord, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Please let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will bring a morsel of bread, that you may refresh your hearts. After that you may pass by, inasmuch as you have come to your servant. They said, Do as you have said. So Abram hurried into the tent of Sarah and said, Quickly, make ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it and make cakes. And Abraham ran to the herd, took a tender and a good calf, gave it to the young man, and he hastened to prepare it. So he took butter and milk and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree as they ate. Then he said to him, Where is Sarah your wife? So he said, Here in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of your life. And behold, Sarah your wife shall have a son. Sarah was listening in the tent door which was behind them. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age, and Sarah had passed the age of childbearing. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, Have I grown old? Shall I have pleasure in my Lord being old also? And the Lord said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Surely I shall bear a child, since I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a grave. I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry against it that has come to me, and if not, I will know. Then the men turned away from there and went towards Sodom, but Abraham still stood before the Lord. And Abraham came near and said, Would you also destroy the righteous and the wicked? Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from the book of the Proverbs of Solomon, the prophet, may his blessings be with us all, amen.
Wisdom has built her house. She has
hewn out her 7 pillars. She has slaughtered her meat. She has mixed her wine. She has also furnished her table. She has sent out her maidens. She cries out from the highest places of the city. Whoever is simple, let him turn in here. As for him who lacks understanding, she says to him, Come, eat of my bread and drink of the wine I have mixed. Forsake foolishness and live, and go in the way of understanding. He who corrects a scoffer gets shame for himself, and he who rebukes a wicked man only harms himself. Do not correct a scoffer lest he hate you. Rebuke a wise man and he will love you. Give instruction to a wise man and he will still be wiser. Teach a just man and he will increase in learning. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the understanding of the Holy One and the knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. For by me your days will be multiplied, and years of life will be added to you. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
From the book of Exodus of Moses the prophet, may his blessings be for Saul. Amen. When Israel crossed the Red Sea, and their feet treaded on the sea, the enemies drowned in the depth, and the feet of the soldiers were immersed in waters. As for the feet of Israel and all the house of Jacob, they danced, for they were saved from destruction, and they said this praise. Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from Joshua the son of the Nun, the prophet, may his blessings be for Saul. Amen.
Joshua and all the people crossed the Jordan. Their feet rested on the rocks in the waters and became steadfast, and their enemies were destroyed. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, from Isaiah. Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. In that day the branch of the Lord shall be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and appealing for those of Israel who have escaped. And it shall come to pass that he who is left in Zion and remains in Jerusalem will be called the Holy Everyone, who is recorded among the living.
Righteous man, his thoughts, let him return to the Lord, and he will have mercy on him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways, says the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain comes down and the snow from heaven, and do not return there, but water the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, that it may give seeds to the sower and bread to the eater. So shall my word be that goes forth from my mouth. It shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish what I please, and it shall prosper in the thing for which I sent it. For you shall go out with joy and be
Then I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean. I will cleanse you from all your filthiness and from all your idols. I will give you a new heart, and put a new spirit within you. I'll take the heart of stone out of your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. I'll put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes. And you will keep my judgments and do them. Then you shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. You shall be my people, and I will be your God. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from Ezekiel the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Then he brought me back to the door of the temple, and there was water flowing from under the threshold from the temple towards the east. For the front of the temple faced east. The water was flowing from under the right side of the temple, south of the altar. He brought me out by the way of the north gate, and led me around on the outside to the outer gateway that faces east, and there was water running out of the right side. And when the man went out to the east with the line in his hand, he measured 1,000 cubits, and he brought me through the water. The water came up to my ankles, and again he measured 1,000 and brought me through waters, and the waters came up my knees. Again he measured 1,000 and brought me through the water came up to my waist. Again he measured 1,000, and it was a river that I could not cross, for the water was too deep, the water in which one must swim, a river that could not be crossed. He said to me, "Son of man, have you seen this?" Then he brought me and returned to me the bank of the river. Then I returned there along the bank of the river, where many trees on the side the other. Then he said to me, "This water flows towards the eastern region, goes down the valley and enters the sea. Then it reaches the sea. Its waters are healed, and it shall be that every living thing that moves, wherever the rivers go, will live. There will be a very great multitude of fish, because these waters go there, for they will be healed, and everything will live forever the river goes." Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen. A homily of our Holy Father, Abba Shnudar Shemanadraid. May his holy blessings be with us all. Amen. Brethren, we ought to be humble in front of him who suffered on our behalf. We ought to fear him who poured the water in a bowl and washed the feet of his disciples with his impeccable hands. Let us present him with good deeds that deserve this great modesty which he carried out for our sake. Let us repent for our sins that we committed, because if we do not repent, we will be called in heaven as lovers of sins. What will be our hope if we are cast out of heaven, forced to face the judgment, and are rejected for our sins? We will be judged twice, not because we have sinned without knowledge, but because of what we did with knowledge was worse than what we did without knowledge, and not because we have sinned, but because we did not repent. Why can't the sheep know the voice of the real shepherd, the life giver, and take refuge in him? He who purchased it with his blood took care of it and gave himself up for it. He who gave us his body to eat and his blood to drink. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the Son of God, who dwells in the highest forever. We conclude the homily of our Holy Father, Abba Shnud the Archmanadraid. Enlighten our minds and our hearts in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen.
A chapter from the epistle of our teacher Paul the Apostle to his disciple Timothy. May his blessings be with us. Amen. This is a faithful saying and worthy of all acceptance. But to this end we both labor and suffer reproach because we trust in the living God, who is the Saviour of all men, especially of those who believe. These things command and teach. Let no one despise your youth, but be an example to the believers in word, in conduct, in love, in spirit, in faith, in purity. Till I come, give attention to reading, do exhortation, to doctrine. Do not neglect the gift that is in you, which was given to you by prophecy with the laying on of the hands of the eldership. Meditate on these things, give yourself entirely to them, that your progress may be evident to all. Take heed to yourself and to the doctrine. Continue in them, for in doing this you will save both yourself and those who hear you. Do not rebuke an older man, but exhort him as a father, younger men as brothers, older women as mothers, younger women as sisters, with all purity. Honor widows who are really widows, but if any widow has children or grandchildren, let them first learn to show piety at home and to repay their parents. For this is good and acceptable before God. Now she is really a widow, and left alone, trusts in God and continues in supplications and prayers night and day. But she who lives in pleasures is dead while she lives. And these things command, that they may be blameless. But if anyone does not provide for his own, and especially for those of his household, he has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. Do not let a widow under 60 years old be taken into the number, and not unless she has been the wife of one man, well reported for good works. If she has brought up children, if she has lodged strangers, if she has washed the saints' feet, if she has relieved the afflicted, if she has diligently followed every good work. May the grace of God the Father dwell upon us, my fathers and brethren. Amen.
Agios o Theos, Agios Yesheros, Agios Athanatos o Ekbarthenogenet, Eleisonimas, Agios o Theos, Agios Agios Athanatos o Stavrotis Dimas Eleisonimas, Agios o Theos, Agios Athanatos o Stavrotis Dimas Eleisonimas, Doxa Metrike o ke Agiomne Kenin ke ai kestos eonas ton eonon amineget eleisonimas.
Leflogison,
Every breath of Christus ite.
Irini pasi.
Ketom pneumatiso.
O Master and Lord Jesus Christ, our God, who said to his saintly and honored disciples and holy apostles that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see the things which you see and have not seen them, and to hear the things which you hear and have not heard them. Blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. May we be worthy to hear and to act according to your holy Gospels, through the prayers of your saints.
Lord have mercy.
Remember also our Master, those who have bidden us to remember them in our supplications and prayers, which we offer up unto you, O Lord our God. Those who have already fallen asleep, repose them. Those who are sick, heal them. For you are the life of us all, the salvation of us all, the hope of us all, the healing of us all, and the resurrection of us all.
Siteme tavo seo kosomento ag evangelio.
Fizmarot and Jefi Ethneoch and Abranam Epchois and Tenigon. Kyrie flogison ektokata yo annanageo evangelio to anagnosma.
Doxa si kereia.
Stand up in the fear of God and listen to the Holy Gospel, a chapter of the Holy Gospel according to St. John, the evangelist, apostle, and pure disciple. May his blessing
be with us all. Amen.
From the Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessing be with us all. Amen. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me.
Alleluia.
Now, before the feast of the Passover, when Jesus knew that his hour had come, and that he should depart from this world to the Father, having loved his own who were in the world, he loved them to the end. And supper being ended, the devil having already put it into the heart of Judas Iscariot, Simon's son, to betray him, Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hands, and that he had come from God and was going to God, rose from supper and laid aside his garments, took a towel and girded himself. After that, he poured water into a basin and began to wash his disciples' feet and to wipe them with the towel with which he was girded. Then he came to Simon Peter, and Peter said to him, Lord, are you washing my feet? Jesus answered and said to him, What I am doing you do not understand now, but you will know after this. Peter said to him, You shall never wash my feet. Jesus answered him, If I do not wash you, you have no part with me. Simon Peter said to him, Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. Jesus said to him, He who is bathed needs only to wash his feet, but is completely clean, and you are clean, but not all of you. For he knew who would betray him. Therefore he said, You are not all clean. So when he had washed their feet, taken his garments, and sat down again, he said to them, Do you know what I have done to you? You call me teacher and Lord, and you say, Well, for so I am. If I then, your Lord and teacher, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example, that you should do as I have done to you. Most assuredly I say to you, a servant is not greater than his master, nor is he who is sent greater than he who sent him. If you know these things, blessed are you if you do them.
Glory to you.
ابنوتي ناين ثشوناي إيرون شنيد خارون
آمين.
صوت ميرون
آمين.
ناري ويثن إيرون
آمين.
Take away your anger from us. Visit us with your salvation and forgive us our
Amin. Jesus Christ the same yesterday, today, and forever. In one hypostasis we worship and glorify Him. Blessed is the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the perfect Trinity. We worship Him and glorify Him.
Let us pray. Bless.
The peoples of East Othite.
Peace be with all.
And with your spirit.
Again, let us ask God, the Pantocrator, the Father of our Lord, God and Saviour Jesus Christ. We ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Remember, O Lord, the sick of your people.
Lord, have mercy.
You have visited them with mercies and compassions, heal them. Take away from them and from us all sickness and all maladies. The spirit of sickness chase away. Those who have long lain in illness raise up and comfort. All those who are afflicted with unclean spirits, set them all free. Those who are in prisons or in dungeons, or those who are in exile or captivity, or those who are held in bitter bondage, O Lord, set them all free and have mercy upon them. For you are He who looses the bound and uplifts the fallen, the hope of those who are hopeless, the help of those who have no helper, the comfort of the faint-hearted, the harbour of those who are in the storm. All souls that are distressed or bound, give them mercy, O Lord. Give them rest, give them coolness, give them grace. Give them help, give them salvation. Give them the forgiveness of their sins and their iniquities. And as for us all, O Lord, the maladies of our souls heal. and those of our bodies too do cure. You, the true physician of our souls and bodies, the Bishop of all flesh, visit us with your salvation.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Remember, O Lord, our fathers and our brethren who are traveling.
Lord, have mercy.
And those who intend to travel anywhere, straighten all their ways, whether by seas, rivers, lakes, roads, air, or by any other means. Everyone, anywhere, lead them into a haven of calm, a haven of safety. Graciously accompany them in their embarkation and be their companion throughout their travels. Bring them back to their own, rejoicing with joy and safe in security. Be a partner in work with your servants in every good deed. As for us, our sojourn in this life keep without harm, without storm and undisturbed unto the end.
Lord, have mercy.
Graciously accord, O Lord, the air of heaven, the fruits of the earth, the waters of the rivers, the seeds, the herbs, and the plants of the field this year. Bless them.
Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy.
Raise them to their measure according to your grace. Give joy to the face of the earth. May its furrows be abundantly watered and its fruits be plentiful. Prepare it for sowing and harvesting. Manage our life as deemed fit. Bless the crown of the year with your goodness for the sake of the poor of your people, the widow, the orphan, the traveller, the stranger, and for the sake of us all who entreat you and seek your holy name. For the eyes of everyone wait upon you, for you give them their food in due season. Deal with us according to your goodness, O you who gives food to all flesh. Fill our hearts with joy and gladness, that we too, having sufficiency in everything always, may abound in every good deed.
Lord, have mercy.
Again, we ask God the Pantocrator, the Father, our Lord God and Savior Jesus Christ, we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Remember, O Lord, the ruler of this land.
Lord, have mercy.
Subject under him, keep him in peace and truth and strength. Subject under him all barbarians, the nations who desire war against all our fertile lands. Speak in his heart concerning the peace of the one holy, universal and apostolic church. Give him that he may think peacefully towards us and towards your holy name, that we too may lead a quiet and peaceful life, be found in piety and all chastity in you.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Remember, O Lord, the souls of your servants who have fallen asleep, our fathers and our brethren.
Lord, have mercy.
Graciously, O Lord, repose all their souls in the bosom of our holy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Sustain them in a green pasture beside still waters in the paradise of joy. Place out of which grief, sorrow, and grounding have fled away in the light of your saints. Raise up their bodies also on the day which you have appointed according to your true promises, which are without lie. Grant them the good things of your promise, which eye has not seen nor ear has heard, neither have come upon the heart of man, the things which your God hath prepared for them that love your holy name. For there is no death for your servants, but only a departure. And if any negligence or any heedlessness has overtaken them as human beings, since they were clothed in the flesh and dwelt in this world, O God, as a good one and lover of mankind, graciously accord, O Lord, to repose and forgive them, your servants, the Orthodox Christians who are in the whole world, from the east to the west, and from the north to the south, each one according to his name, and each one according to her name. For no one is pure and without blemish, even though their life on earth is a single day. As for those, O Lord, whose souls you've taken, repose them, may they be worthy of the kingdom of heaven. As for us all, grant us our Christian perfection, that would be pleasing unto you. Give them and us a share and inheritance with all your saints.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Remember all of the sacrifices, the oblations, the offerings, the thanksgiving, those who offer glory and honor unto your holy name.
Pray for those who have care for the sacrifices, offerings, first fruits, oil, incense, coverings, reading books, and altar vessels, that Christ our God may reward them in the heavenly Jerusalem and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Receive them upon your holy ration altar in heaven, a sweet savor of incense before your greatness in the heavens, through the service of your holy angels and the archangels, as you have received all gifts of the righteous Abel, the sacrifice of Father Abraham, and the 2 mites of the widows. Also receive the thanks offerings of your servants who are in abundance, and those in sacristy hidden or manifest, those who desire to offer to you but have not, and those who offer these gifts very day, give them the incorruptible instead of the corruptible, heavenly instead of the earthly, the eternal instead of the temporal, their houses and their stores. Fill them with every good thing. Surround them, O Lord, by the power of your angels, archangels, as they remembered your holy name on earth. Remember them also, O Lord, in your kingdom, and in this age to leave them not behind.
Lord, have mercy.
Remember, O Lord, your servants, the catechumens among your people.
Lord, have mercy.
Have mercy, O Lord, on them, and confirm them in faith in you. All trace of idolatry cast it away from their heart. Your law, your fear, your commandments, your truth, your holy ordinances establish, O Lord, in their heart. Grant them that they know the certainty of the words which they have been instructed at the appointed time, O Lord. May they be worthy of the washing of the new birth unto forgiveness of their sins, preparing them to be a temple for your Holy Spirit.
Lord, have mercy.
O you who girded himself with a towel and covered all Adam's nakedness and granted us the garment of divine sonship, we beseech you, O Christ our God, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O you who through your love for mankind became man because of your love, you girded yourself with a towel and washed our sins, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
O you who showed us the way of life by washing the feet of your chosen pure disciples, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
O you who clothed himself with light as with a garment, who girded himself with a towel, washed his disciples' feet and wiped them, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
Have mercy upon us all, O God, according to your great mercy. We entreat your kindness, O Lord our God, to answer us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
O Christ the Lord our God, the Almighty, who gives in abundance the divine gifts to those who serve his holy name, who raises, supports, and gives increase to everyone, and who nourishes all by his love, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
O you who gathered the waters under the heavens into one place, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
O you who measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, who measured the heavens with his span, and who comprehended the dust of the earth in a measure, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
O you who by his holy will allowed the springs of the valleys to be rivers, who by his incomprehensible love for mankind prepared everything to serve them, and who created everything from nothing, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
Likewise, too, the giver, the truth, the great richness, the lover of mankind, the God of mercy, visit the earth, water it by the raising up of the rivers, to bring forth good fruits. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
May its ploughs be watered and its fruits be abundant through your goodness. We beseech you to cheer the surface of the earth, renew it again, and raise up the rivers to their measure. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
Bless the crown of the year with your goodness, fill the cultivated areas abundantly, increase the ploughs and furrows, and bless their fruits. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
Cheer the land and let the hills rejoice by your goodness. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
O God, save your people, bless your inheritance, and visit the whole world by your mercy and compassion. Raise up the status of the Christian people by the power of your life-giving cross. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
Grant comfort, stability, and peace to all nations through your goodness. Bestow fertility and mercy to the poor of your people. Let our hearts rejoice through the intercessions of your Holy Mother, the Virgin Mary, and Saint John the Baptist, and all our fathers, the apostles. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. Amen.
Kyrie eleison, 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 eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
In the wisdom of God, let us attain. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy in truth.
We believe in one God, God the Father, the Pantocrator, created heaven and earth, and all things seen and unseen. We believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not created, co-essential with the Father, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and of the Virgin Mary and became man. He was crucified for us in Pontius Pilate, suffered and was buried, and the third day he rose from the dead according to the Scriptures, ascended into the heavens. He sits at the right hand of his Father. He is coming again in his glory to judge the living and the dead. His kingdom shall have no end. Yes, we believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the life giver, who proceeds from the Father, with the Father and the Son is worshipped and glorified, who spoke by the prophets, and in one holy Catholic Apostolic Church we confess one baptism for remission of sins. We look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the coming age. Amen.
Love of God, the Father, and the grace of the only begotten Son, our Lord God and Savior Jesus Christ, and the communion and the gift of the Holy Spirit be with you.
And with your spirit.
Lift up your hearts.
We have them with the Lord.
Let us give thanks to the Lord.
It is meet and right.
Meet and right, truly indeed it is meet and right. We praise you, we exalt you, we bless you, we glorify you. We worship you, we thank you at all times and for all your works you have done for us. You alone are the true God who exists from the beginning, and who formed water from his heights, who made the water in the firmament and blesses your holy name. O King of all creation, Lord Jesus Christ, we worship you who sits on the throne of his glory, and who is worshipped by all the holy powers.
You who are seated, stand.
the angels, the archangels, the principalities, the authorities, the thrones, the dominions, all the serving spirits, and all the infinite multitude of angelic powers who stand before you in fear and trembling, praising your majesty. You are he around whom stand the blessed powers, the cherubim and the seraphim, thrice glorifying you, wherefore we also make us worthy to join their praises and bless you with the voice of full of glory, saying,
Let us attend.
The cherubim worship you, and the seraphim glorify you, proclaiming and saying, Holy, holy, holy Lord of hosts, heaven and earth are full of your holy glory.
Agios, Agios, Holy, 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 you are, O Lord, and holy in all things, for you are the true and holy God, Jesus Christ, the first of all creation, who dwells in the glory of his majesty, whom nobody can apprehend, the fullness of the divinity that dwells in him bodily. You did not consider it robbery to be equal to God your Father, but with your good will you came to earth, taking the form of a servant and becoming man in truth. You were incarnate in the undefiled womb of the holy Theotokos, Saint Mary. You who were clothed in purity and never sinned, gave yourself up to the holy cross for our salvation. You gave us this example, for after supper you arose, took a towel, and girded yourself, and poured water into a basin, and began to wash your disciples' feet, and wiped them with the towel with which you were girded. You had given them the ordinance of love and humility, and the remembrance of your love for mankind. For you said to them, If I, your Lord and Master, have washed your feet, then you ought also to wash one another's feet. As much as I have done it unto you, so you ought to do to one another. You have ordered them to follow your commandments and your statutes, for you have said, Love one another. By this shall all men know you are my disciples, because you love one another. You also have taught us the love and unity, and you have reconciled us with your Father, through washing the disciples' feet and the purity of this example, and through your love and compassion for mankind, you have crowned our freedom. When Peter exalted your divinity and refused, saying, You shall never wash my feet, he heard the true voice, If I do not wash you, you have no part in me. Therefore he cried sincerely, saying, Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. And he also heard your divine voice, which is full of truth, saying, He who is bathed needs only to wash his feet, but is otherwise completely clean. Therefore we ask and entreat you, O Lord Jesus Christ, to make us worthy, and dwell in our midst as you were with your disciples, the holy apostles. O you who has blessed at that time, now also bless.
Amen.
Bless this water unto healing. Amen.
Amen.
A holy water for the remission of sins. Amen.
Amen.
Water of purification for salvation and the health of our spirits, bodies, and souls. Amen.
Amen.
A gift of purity and love for each other and the purity of the senses. Amen.
Amen.
That we may be worthy of your holy virtue, which you have taught us through your love for humanity. Amen.
Amen.
When we wash one another's feet, make us worthy of the inheritance of your holy disciples. Amen.
Amen.
Purify our inner man with the fruits of this mystery. Amen.
Amen.
Grant us the forgiveness of our sins through the indwelling of your Holy Spirit, to purify our spirits, bodies, and souls from all defilement, unrighteousness, and sin. Amen.
Amen.
Grant us the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and every power of the enemy, and do not permit any evil to overpower us, but grant us wise senses and righteousness, so that we may come before you to receive compassion and mercy. Amen.
Amen.
We ask you, O true God, to send your Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, upon us and this water. O you who fashioned the waters, O Jesus Christ our Lord, the Creator of all, who was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate, confessing and saying, I am the Son of God. We believe that you are the Son of God in truth. Purify this water by the power of your Holy Spirit to annul the deadly powers of the adversary against us. Rebuke all evil spirits, all sorcery, and all idol worshipping. O our God, Jesus Christ, may the power of the adversary flee from this water. By the sign of your holy cross, bring it forth water unto healing. Amen.
Amen.
Water unto purification and the remission of sins. Amen.
Amen.
Water unto salvation, and make us worthy of sonship, that we may cry out towards your good Father and the Holy Spirit, saying, Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is Christos Iisus benchois,
Ascifala Simonto Kyrio Eklinati,
enopion so Kyrie.
Nos Comentio Metavo. Amen.
peace be with all.
And with your spirit.
O Master, our Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son and Word of God the Father, who through his redeeming and life-giving suffering broke all the bonds of our sins, who breathed in the face of his holy disciples and pure apostles, saying, Receive the Holy Spirit. Those whose sins you forgive, they're forgiven. Those whose sins you retain, they're retained. Now you also, our Master, through your holy apostles, have granted grace to those who at all times labor in the priesthood in your holy church, to forgive sins upon the earth, and to bind and to loose every bond of injustice. Now also we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind, for the sake of your servants, my Father and my brethren and my weakness, we who bow our heads before your holy glory. Provide us with your mercy and break all the bonds of our sins. And if we have sinned against you in anything, in knowledge or in ignorance or in anguish of heart, in words or in deeds or in faint-heartedness, you, O Master, being the good lover of mankind, you know the weakness of men. Bestow on us the forgiveness of our sins. Bless us, purify us, absolve us and absolve all your people. Fill us with your fear and raise us to your good and holy will. For you are our God.
Saved, Amen. And Spirit, in the fear of God, let us attend.
Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy.
Blessed be the Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the sanctification of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
One is the All-Holy Father, one is the All-Holy Son, one is the All-Holy Spirit. Amen.
Okay, if everyone would like to come up and be blessed by the water. So the deacons and the men on this side first and the ladies on this side. And then after that, we'll be starting the liturgy.
Sorry, just before we start, all these bottles are here. You need to take one per family as you leave. The ones on the left here. Okay, one per family.
باشا أين تتمت نشتي اسمه أوفن اسمي إنصاف البن
what was you? You have not part with me. Simon Peter said to him, Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. And he taught them, saying, if I have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. Tovem choice egon ona choice yoti en apostolos nempi eshvem mathitis entefka en novi nanevon fes marot en jeyot nevem shiri nem bir nemma ethowam titreya senjikevon tenoshem mostenti oras.
Glory to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Peace, edification to the one holy universal apostolic church of God. Amen. Remember, O Lord, those who brought to these gifts, those on whose behalf they have been brought, those by whom they have been brought, give them all heavenly reward. Shirin and Biabnemathweb, Onotian wood, the Vesmarot, Viopi, Pantocrator, Amin. Evet Marot, in Jebef Manogenis, in Shirisos, Be Christos, Venchois, Amin. Evet Marot, in Jebi, Eben Evmaet, O Eben Barakliton, Amin.
One is the Holy Father, one is the Holy Son, one is the Holy Spirit. Amen. Blessed be the Lord God forever. Amen. Praise the Lord, all you Gentiles, laud him, all you peoples, for his mercy has been strengthened towards us, and the truth of the Lord endures forever. Amen. Alleluia.
Peace be with you all.
And with your spirit.
Marische wir den Mensch heute mit Not, wenn so die Jesus bei Christus, wir resquasen gona verweitenen und avarien zu der serum. Afti to them ten shariatai onotai entum marintirov opos in te varieron. Kembayet over Tiron Tebron can herin in a vel in Jevivan to Krator if she's been naughty.
Joseph exhausti.
O Master, Lord God, the Pantocrator, Father of our Lord God and Savior and King of us all, Jesus Christ, we thank you for everything concerning everything and in everything. You have protected us, assisted, preserved, accepted us, had compassion upon us, supported us, and you brought us unto this hour.
Pray that God may have mercy and compassion upon us. Hear us, help us, and accept the supplications and prayers of his saints, for that which is good on our behalf at all times, and make us worthy to partake of the communion of his holy and blessed mysteries, for the remission of our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Therefore we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind, that you grant us conclude this blessed day, all the days of our life in peace and in your fear, all envy, all temptation, all the work of Satan, all the intrigues of the wicked, rising of the enemies, hidden and manifest, cast them away from us, and from all your people, and from this table, and from this church, from this holy place which is yours. But those things which are good and profitable to provide for us, it is you who has given us the authority to trample underfoot serpents and scorpions, all the power of the enemy. May your ministers this day, the hegemon, the priests, deacons, the clergy, all the people be of weakness. May they be absolved from the mouth of all the Trinity, the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, the mouth of one universal apostolic church, the mouth of all the apostles, from the mouth of the Holder of God, the evangelist, St. Mark, the apostle, the Mark, Patriarch, St. Severus, our teacher, the scholars, Athanasius, the apostolic, St. Peter, Holy Martyr, our priest, St. John Chrysostom, St. Cyril, St. Basil, St. Gregory, and from mouth 318 Assembly at Nicaea, 150 Constantinople to 100 Ephesus, mouth our honored Father, High Priest, Pope Avatavadrus II, his part of apostolic minister, Bishop of Daniel, and from mouth of my Father, and from mouth of my abject self, blessed, full of glory, is your name, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, now and to the age of all ages, O Lord, Amen.
Ten oshtem moko b'Christos nempek yoten avachos nempek nemaith owa she'ab ashkak soti emonayna.
A chapter from the epistle of our teacher, St. Paul the Apostle to the Corinthians. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. For I received from the Lord that which I also delivered to you, that the Lord Jesus on the same night in which he was betrayed took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, "Take, eat, this is my body, for this is broken for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same manner, he also took the cup after supper, saying, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood. This do as often as you drink it, in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death till he comes. Therefore, whoever eats this bread or drinks this cup of the Lord in an unworthy manner will be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of the bread and drink of the cup. For he who eats and drinks in an unworthy manner eats and drinks judgment to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this reason, many are weak and sick among you, and many sleep. For if we would judge ourselves, we would not be judged. But when we are judged, we are chastened by the Lord, that we may not be condemned with the world. Therefore, my brethren, when you come together to eat, wait for one another. But if anyone is hungry, let him eat at home, lest you come together for judgment. And the rest I will set in order when I come. May the grace of God the Father dwell upon us, my Father and brethren. Amen.
Todipnos otomistiko simeron yetheo kinonon nepara lave omigartis echthrisoto mystereion ipo o filimasido oso ata aper oio odas alaos olestis homologosi emnistiti mokirie enti Basileia so.
Agno Esheros, Agios Athanatos, Oek Parthenogenetis, Eleisonimas, Agios Otheos, Agios Esheros, Agios Athanatos, Ostavrotis Dimas, Eleisonimas, Agios Otheos, Agios Esheros, Agios Athanatos, Ostavrotis Dimas, Eleisonimas, Doxabatrikeio, Keageio Pneumati, Kenin Keai, Kestos Eonas Ton Eonon, Amin Agetrias, Eleisonimas.
Shli leflogison. Irini pasi.
Ketov Pneumatiso.
O Master and Lord Jesus Christ, our God, who said to his saintly and honored disciples and holy apostles that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see the things which you see and have not seen them, and to hear the things which you hear and have not heard them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. May we be worthy to hear and to act according to your holy Gospels, through the prayers of your saints.
Pray for the Holy Gospel.
Lord have mercy.
Remember also our Master, those who have bidden us to remember them in our supplications and prayers, which we offer up unto you, O Lord our God. Those who have already fallen asleep, repose them. Those who are sick, heal them. For you are the life of us all, the salvation of us all, the hope of us all, the healing of us all, and the resurrection of us all. And Jephith Neoch and Avranam ep choice and Tenigom, Kyrie vlogison ecto kata matheonageo evangelio to anagnosma.
Doxasi Kyrie.
Stand up in the fear of God and listen to the Holy Gospel, a chapter from the Holy Gospel, according to St. Matthew the Evangelist, Apostle and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Ben choice open notio open sotiro open urotiren, Isos bechristos ebshiriam efnotietonch, Pio nafshaine pio fapen noti beamin.
Doxasi Kyrie.
From the Psalms of our teacher David the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us. Amen. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runs over. Even my own familiar friend, in whom I trusted, who ate my bread, has lifted up his heel against me. Alleluia. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. O Lord, God, Saviour and the King of us all, Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, glory be to you forever. Amen. Now when evening had come, he sat down with the 12. Now as they were eating, he said, Assuredly I say to you, one of you will betray me. And they were exceedingly sorrowful, and each of them began to say to him, Lord, is it I? Then he answered and said, He who dipped his hand with me in this dish will betray me. The Son of Man goes as it is written of him, but woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would have been good for that man if he had not been born. Then Judas, who was betraying him, answered and said, Rabbi, is it I? He said to him, You have said it. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread, blessed it and broke it, and gave it to his disciples and said, Take, eat this body. Then he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, Drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say to you, I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on until that day when I drink it anew with you in my Father's kingdom.
Glory to you. Your body and your blood are for the remission of sins and the new covenant which you gave to your disciples. Make us worthy of the tree of life to eat from it, which is the body of God and his true blood. Blessed is the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, the perfect Trinity. We worship him and glorify him.
In the wisdom of God, let us attend. Lord of mercy and truth.
We believe in one God, God the Father, the Pantocrator, who created heaven and earth and all things seen and unseen. We believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not created, co-essential with the Father, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven, and was incarnate, the Holy Spirit of the Virgin Mary became man. He was crucified for us in the Pontius Pilate, suffered and was buried, and on the third day rose from the dead according to the Scriptures, ascended into the heavens, he sits at the right hand of his Father, and he is coming again as glory to judge the living and the dead, whose kingdom shall have no end. Yes, we believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the life-giver, who proceeds from the Father, who with the Father and the Son is worshipped and glorified, who is spoke by the prophets, in one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. We can confess one baptism for the remission of sins. We look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the coming age. Svejante ti Theotokos tua Maria, Choisariem otman vicoe volenten novit en ostem ocube Christos, nem vecioten agathos, nem pneumae thoem, cea pascat sotiem mon eleos irinis, theseia enese.
Be with you all.
And with your spirit.
Lift up your hearts.
We have them with the Lord.
Let us give thanks to the Lord.
It is meet and right.
Meet and right. Meet and right. Truly indeed it is meet and right. O you, the being Master, Lord, God of truth, being before the ages and reigning forever, who dwells in the highest and looks upon the lowly, who has created the heavens, the earth, the sea, and all that is therein, the Father of our Lord God and Saviour Jesus Christ, by whom you have created all things, seen and unseen, who sits upon the throne of his glory, and who is worshipped by all the holy powers.
You are seated, stand.
Before whom stand the angels, the archangels, the principalities, the authorities, the thrones, the dominions, and the powers. You are He around whom stand the cherubim full of eyes, and the seraphim with 6 wings, praising continuously without ceasing, saying,
Let us attend.
The cherubim worship you, and the seraphim glorify you, proclaiming and saying, Holy, holy, holy Lord of hosts, heaven and earth are full of your holy glory.
Agyo Osang Agyo Agyo. Holy, 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 truly, O Lord our God, who formed us and created us and placed us in the paradise of joy. When we disobeyed your commandment by the deceit of the serpent, we fell from eternal life. We were exiled from the paradise of joy. You did not abandon us to the end. You always visited us through your holy prophets. In the last days you did manifest yourself to us, we who were sitting in darkness and the shadow of death, through your only begotten Son, our Lord God and Savior and the King of us all, Jesus Christ, of the Holy Spirit and of the Virgin, the Holy Saint Mary. Was incarnate, you, O Master, you turned for me the punishment into salvation, and as a good shepherd you stood after me that which have gone astray. As a true father you travel with me, I who had fallen, you have bound me with the remedies that lead to life. You are he who has sent to me the prophets for my sake. I, the sick, you have given me the law as help. You are he who ministered salvation to me when I disobeyed your law. As a true light you have shone upon the lost and the ignorant.
being throughout all times. You've come to us on earth, you've come into the womb of the Virgin. You, the infinite being God, did not consider equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied yourself and took the form of a servant, and blessed my nature in yourself and fulfilled your law on my behalf. You showed me the rising up from my fall. You have given release to those who are bound in hate. You've lifted the curse of the law. You have abolished the sin in the flesh. You have shown me the power of your authority. You have given sight to the blind and raised the dead from the tombs. You have established the nature by the word. You manifested for me the economy of your tender mercy. You have borne the oppression of the wicked. You've given your back to the scourge. Your cheeks you have left open to those who smite. For my sake, O Master, you have not hidden your face from the shame of spitting. You've come to the slaughter as a sheep, even to the cross. You've manifested greatness of your care for me. You have slain my sin in your tomb. You brought me first. You have brought my first fruit up to heaven. You have shown me the manifestation of your coming, wherein you shall come to judge the living and the dead, and give each one according to his deed.
According to your mercy, O Lord, and not according to our
I offer you, my Master, the symbols of my freedom. I write my works according to your sayings. You are he who has given me the service full of mystery. You've given me the partaking of your flesh in bread and wine. For in the same night in which you gave yourself up for of your own will and authority alone, you took bread into your holy hands, which are without spot, blemish, blessed, and life-giving.
We believe that this is true.
You looked up to a servant, your God, or his father, and the master of everyone, and when you had given thanks, you blessed it. You sanctified them.
Amen. We believe, we confess, and we
You broke it and gave it to your own saintly disciples and our apostles, saying, Take it, eat of it, all of you, for this is my body, which is broken for you and for many, to be given for the remission of sins. Do this in the remembrance of me.
This is true. Amen.
likewise also after supper you took a cup mixture of fruit of the wine and the water when you have given thanks. You blessed it. You sanctified them.
Again we believe, we confess, and we glorify.
You tasted and gave it also to your unsaintly honorable disciples and our honorable apostles, saying, Take, drink of it, all of you, for this is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for you and for many to be given for the remission of sins. Do this in the remembrance of me.
This is also true.
For every time you eat of this bread and drink of this cup, you proclaim my death, confess my resurrection, remember me till I come.
Amen, amen, amen. Your death, O Lord, we proclaim. Your holy resurrection and ascension into the heavens we confess. We praise you, we bless you, we thank you, our Lord, and we entreat you, our God.
Therefore, as we also commemorate his holy passion, his resurrection from the dead, his ascension into the heavens, his sitting at your right hand, O Father, and his second coming, which is from the heavens, awesome and full of glory, we offer unto your gifts, which are yours for everything concerning everything and in everything.
Worship God in fear and trembling.
We praise you, we bless you, we serve you, we worship you.
Let us attend. Amen.
We ask you, O Lord our God, be your sinful and unworthy servants. Worship you, Lord, by the pleasure of your goodness, that your Holy Spirit may descend upon us and upon these gifts set forth, purify them, change them, manifest them in sanctification of your saints. And this bread he makes into his holy body.
I believe.
And this cup also into the precious blood of his new covenant.
Again I believe.
Our Lord God and Savior and King of us all, Jesus Christ, give and for the remission of sins eternal life to those who partake of him.
Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy.
Make us all worthy, O our Master, to partake of your holies unto the purification of our souls, our bodies, and our spirits, that we may become one body and one spirit, and may have a share and inheritance with all the saints who have pleased you since the beginning. Remember, O Lord, the peace of your one only holy Catholic and Apostolic Church.
Lord, have mercy.
This which you have acquired unto yourself with the precious blood of your Christ, keep her in peace with all the Orthodox bishops who are in her. Foremost remember, O Lord, our blessed and honoured Father, the Archbishop, our Patriarch, Pope Abbatawadros II, and his partner in the Apostolic Liturgy, our Father, the Bishop Amber Daniel.
Lord, have mercy.
And those who rightly handle the word of truth with him, grant them unto your holy church, to shepherd your flock in peace. Remember, O Lord, the Orthodox hegumens, priests, and deacons.
Lord, have mercy.
And all the servants, all who are in virginity, and the purity of all your faithful people. Remember, O Lord, to have mercy upon us all.
Have mercy upon us, O God, the Father, the Pantocrator.
Remember, O Lord, the salvation of this holy place which is yours, and every place and every monastery of our Orthodox fathers.
Lord, have mercy.
And those who dwell therein in God's faith, graciously accord, O Lord, the air of heaven, the fruits of the earth, the waters of the rivers, the seeds, the herbs, and the plants of the field this year. Bless them.
Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy.
Raise them to their measure according to your grace. Give joy to the face of the earth. May its furrows be abundantly watered and its fruits be plentiful. Prepare it for sowing and harvesting. Manage our life as deemed fit. Bless the crown of the year with your goodness for the sake of the poor of your people, the widow, the orphan, the traveller, the stranger, and for the sake of us all who entreat you and seek your holy name. For the eyes of everyone wait upon you, for you give them their food in due season. Deal with us according to your goodness, O you who gives food to all flesh. Fill our hearts with joy and gladness, that we too, having sufficiency in everything always, may abound in every good deed.
Lord, have mercy.
Remember, O Lord, those who have brought unto you these gifts, those on whose behalf they have been brought, and those by whom they have been brought. Give them all the heavenly reward.
Pray for these holy and precious gifts, our sacrifices, and those who bring them.
Lord, have
guide us throughout the way into your kingdom, that as in this, so also in all things, your great and holy name be glorified, blessed, and exalted. In everything honored and blessed, together with Jesus Christ, your beloved Son, and the Holy Spirit. Peace be with all.
And with your spirit.
O Master and Savior, the good one, the lover of mankind, the life giver to our souls, O God, who gave himself up for us, salvation from our sins, who through the multitude of his mercies has loosened the enmity of mankind, the only begotten God, who is in his Father's bosom, O Lord, Oh, you who blessed at that time, I'm now also blessed. Oh, you who sanctified at that time, now also sanctify. Oh, you who broke at that time, I'm now also break. Oh, you who gave to his holy disciples and the saintly apostles at that time, now also give us and all your people, O Master, the Pantocrator, our God.
Let us pray.
Lord, have mercy.
We worship your holy body and the precious blood. Peace be with you all.
And with your spirit.
And it came to pass in the days when God wanted to taste Abraham and know his heart and his love for him. He said to him, Abraham, Abraham, take your beloved son Isaac and offer him to me as a burnt offering upon the mountain which I will tell you.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Lord, have mercy.
And Abraham rose up in the morning, saddled his donkey, took 2 servants and Isaac his son. He took a knife and fire, walked on the earth, and saw from afar the place which the Lord had told him.
Kyrie eleison, Lord, have mercy.
And he said to his servants, you remain in this place with the donkey, and I and Isaac my son shall go to worship and return to you. And Abraham took the firewood for the burnt offering, laid it upon Isaac his son, took the fire in his hand, and the knife, and Isaac spoke to his father, saying, my father, behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb which we shall offer as a burnt offering? Abraham said to him, God who commanded us to offer to him a sacrifice, he will provide for himself a lamb for the burnt offering, my son.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Lord, have mercy.
And Abraham took stones, built an altar, took the firewood, laid it on the altar, took Isaac his son, and bound him and laid him on the altar, and took the knife to slay him. The angel of the Lord called Abraham, saying to him, Abraham, Abraham, behold, do not touch the lad, nor do any harm to him. When the Lord saw your love for him, he said, I am the Lord your God. By myself I have sworn it, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seed.
Kyrie eleison, Lord, have mercy.
And Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw a ram laid upon the tree, bound by its horns. So he left Isaac his son and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering instead of him. Thus the slaying of Isaac was a type of the shedding of the blood of Christ, the Son of God, on the cross for the salvation of the world. And as Isaac carried the firewood of the burnt offering, likewise Christ Jesus carried the wood of the cross. And as Isaac returned alive, likewise Christ rose living from the dead and appeared to his holy disciples.
Kyrie
God, who accepted the offering of the sacrifice of our father Abraham, receive this offering from our hands in this hour. Bless these gifts, O Lord. Bless those whose behalf they have been offered. Repose the souls of those who passed. May Christ bless the hearts and the spirit of us all, so that with a pure heart and enlightened soul, and unashamed faith and faint and perfect love, with firm hope, we may dare with boldness and without fear to pray to your God, the Holy Father, who are in the heavens, and say, Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, and forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation.
انت خريستو Iisus en choice.
تسكيف على سيمون توكيريو اكليناتي
No pionso
Broscomen theometavovo Amen.
Irene Pasi.
Pneumatiso.
Remember, O Lord, our Father. Remember, O Lord, the peace of this world. Remember, O Lord, the leaders of our church, our Father Patriarch Papa Tawatrus II, who's part of Apostolic Bishop Medani. Remember, O Lord, the fathers of this parish, Abun Antonius, Abun Butros, Abun Shoy, Abun Karas. Remember those who are bound by the bonds of darkness, set them free. Remember, O Lord, our gatherings, our assemblies, bless them.
Save them, meaning with the spirit and the fear of God, let us attend.
Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy.
The holies are for the holy. Blessed be Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God. The sanctification is by the Holy Spirit. Amen.
One is the Holy Father, one is the Holy Son, one is the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Peace be with you.
And with your spirit.
The holy body and the precious true blood of Jesus Christ, the Son of our God. Amen. The holy precious body and the true blood of Jesus Christ, Son of our God. Amen. Bisoman and beat noventem manuel ben noti va bechenom et mi. Amen.
Amen.
Amen, amen, amen. I believe, and confess the last breath that this is the life-giving flesh, that your only begotten Son, our Lord God and Savior and the King of us all, Jesus Christ, He took from our Lady of us all, Holy Theotokos, the Virgin Saint Mary. He made it one with His divinity, without mingling, without confusion, and without alteration. He confessed the good confession before Pontius Pilate. He gave it up for us upon the holy wood of the cross of His own will for us all. Truly I believe that His divinity did not depart from His humanity, single moment nor twinkle of an eye, given for the salvation, remission of sins, eternal life to those who partake of Him. I believe this so in truth. Amen.
Amen, amen, amen. I believe that this is so in truth. Amen.
Pray for us and for all Christians who said to us concerning them, remember us in the house of the Lord. The peace and love of Jesus Christ be with you. Let us sing Alleluia. Pray for the worthy partaking of the immaculate and heavenly holy mystery. Is Lord, amen. Mercy.
Please, this time is going to be very, very important that we be silent, particularly that the hymns are limited and we shouldn't have too much noise in church. So please control the kids, give them a bit of comfort, and if they're crying, take them out a little bit and bring them back in again. God bless. Hallelujah. I have sinned forgiven.
From Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently. He shall be exalted and extolled, and be very high. Just as many were astonished at you, so his visage was marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. So shall he sprinkle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths at him. For what had not been told them they shall see, and what they had not heard they shall consider. Who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form of comeliness, and when we see him there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected by men, and a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely he has borne our griefs, and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And who will declare his generation? For he was cut off from the land of the living. For the transgressions of many people he was stricken, and they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death. Because he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth, yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He was put him to grief. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see the labor of his soul, and be satisfied. By his knowledge my righteous servant shall justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors. And he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Evolgen Isaias pe prophetis, erepefes moeth oem shopin imanamin evgoemo os,
Hebbev ekatien je balo ev echi si o ev echi o emasho emeferit yete on o mishna tom teheri egok on tetreyaseth o benoti shainen tenyeneti amin.
In that day there will be an altar to the Lord, in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar to the Lord at its border, and it will be for a sign and for a witness to the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. They will cry to the Lord because of the oppressors, and he will send them a savior and a mighty one, and he will deliver them. Then the Lord will be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians will know that the Lord in that day, and will make sacrifice and offering. Yes, they will make a vow to the Lord and perform it. And the Lord will strike Egypt. He will strike and heal it. They will return to the Lord, and he will be entreated by them and heal them. In that day there will be a highway from Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian will come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians will serve with the Assyrians. In that day Israel will be one of the three. Egypt and Assyria have a blessing in the midst of the land, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed is Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Zechariah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Every family by itself. The family In that day there shall be a great mourning in Jerusalem, like the mourning at Hadad Ramon in the plain of Megiddo. And the land shall mourn, every family by itself, the family of the house of David by itself, and their wives by themselves, the family of the house of Nathan by itself, and their wives by themselves, the family of the house of Levi by itself, and their wives by themselves, the family of Shimei by itself, and their wives by themselves, all the families that remain, every family by itself, and their wives by themselves. In that day a fountain shall be opened for the house of David, and for the inhabitants of Jerusalem, for sin and for uncleanness. It shall be in that day, says the Lord of hosts, that I will cut off the names of the idols from the land, and they shall no longer be remembered. I will also cause the prophets and the unclean spirit to depart from the land. It shall come to pass that if anyone still prophesies, then his father and mother who begot him will say to him, You shall not live, because you have spoken lies in the name of the Lord. And his father and mother who begot him shall thrust him through when he prophesies. And it shall be in that day that every prophet will be ashamed of his vision when he prophesies. They will not wear a robe of coarse hair to deceive, but he will say, I am no prophet, I am a farmer, for a man taught me to keep cattle from my youth. And one will say to him, What are these wounds between your arms? Then he will answer, Those with which I was wounded in the house of my friends. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my companion, says the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered. Then I will turn my hand against the little ones. And it shall come to pass in all the land, says the Lord, that 2/3 in it shall be cut off and die, but 1/3 shall be left in it. I will bring the 1/3 through the fire, will refine them as silver is refined, and test them as gold is tested. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, this is my people, and each one will say, the Lord is my God. Behold, the day of the Lord is coming, and your spoil will be divided in your midst. For I will gather all the nations to battle against Jerusalem. The city shall be taken, the houses rifled, and the women ravished. Half of the city shall go into captivity, but the remnant of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations, as he fights in the day of battle. It shall come to pass in that day that there will be no light. The lights will diminish. It shall be one day which is known to the Lord, neither day nor night, but at evening time it shall happen that it will be light. And in that day it shall be that living waters shall flow from Jerusalem, half of them toward the eastern sea, and half of them toward the western sea. In both summer and winter it shall occur. And the Lord shall be king over all the earth. In that day it shall be, the Lord is one, and his name one. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Doxology of the 11th hour, the Thursday of the Holy Mass, blessed be with us all. Amen.
Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Eleison,
Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai shainem in Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai shainem in Bashois Isos bechrestos Basotiren agathos Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai shainem in Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai shainem in Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai shainem in Bashois Isos bechrestos Basotiren agathos Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai shainem in
Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai shainem in Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Toktetigom nemlionem pismonem biamai Bachois Isos bechrestos Basotiren agathos Toktetigom
ben orotok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin bashois Isus Christos basotiren avathos tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin emmanuel Loti ben orot tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin bashois Isus Christos basotiren avathos tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben orot tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin bashois Isus Christos basotiren avathos tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben orot tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin bashois Isus Christos basotiren avathos tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben orot tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin bashois Isus Christos basotiren avathos tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin tok tetigom nempihonem besmonem piamai shaine amin Emmanuel
thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Salmos toda avid enthoxi acmisti ita ismo ac hio viena sa Tevsomen Sophia Orthia Kosomen Toagio
volgen beevangelionet oem katayo ennen ageyo
From the Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Seeing you hate instruction and cast my words behind you, when you saw a thief, you consented with him, and have been a partaker with adulterers. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. John, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessing be with us. When Jesus had said these things, he was troubled in spirit, and testified and said, most assuredly I say to you, one of you will betray me. Then the disciples looked at one another perplexed about whom he spoke. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom one of his disciples, whom Jesus loved. Simon Peter therefore mentioned to him to ask who it was of whom he spoke. Then, leaning back on Jesus' breast, he said to him, Lord, who is it? Jesus answered, It is he to whom I shall give a piece of bread when I have dipped it. And having dipped the bread, he gave it to Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon. Now, after the piece of bread, Satan entered him. Then Jesus said to him, What you do, do quickly. But no one at the table knew for what reason he said this to him. For some thought because Judas had the money box, that Jesus had said to him, Buy those things we need for the feast, or that he should give something to the poor. Having received a piece of bread, he then went out immediately, and it was night.
Glory to you.
In the name of the Trinity, the Father and the Son,
And the Holy Spirit,
you the true light,
which lightens
every person
coming into this world.
The commentary of the 11th hour of Thursday.
The Sun of Righteousness shines and goes forth onto the whole world. This is Jesus, the true light that lights up for everyone that comes to the world. The heavenly bread that gives life and nourishes each of his creations. In the beginning, God prepared a table in the wilderness for 40 years. They ate and died as the Lord said. Now a new table is set in the upper room where they had their Passover, and established the new covenant. On that evening, Jesus sat with the 12 and ate the bread, which is his body. Jesus himself gave it to them, and the honored blood, that is better than animal's blood, which had been used before. Jesus took the bread, blessed it, broke it, and gave it to his disciples and said, Take, eat, this is my body, which I gave for many for the remission of sins. He took the cup and mixed it with water and gave it to them, saying, Drink it, all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. For every time you eat this bread and drink of this cup, you do share my death and confess my resurrection and remember me till I come. The true Lamb, Christ our Saviour, is our Passover. He said to them, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the wine until the day I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Then the Lord told them that one of them will betray him, And they began to inquire among themselves which one of them would dare to do this. Judas Iscariot, one of them, said, "Is it I?" Jesus answered, "He that dips his hand with me into the dish will betray me. You, Judas, have planned sinfully to betray your Lord, whereas the Son of God came to deliver Adam from his sins."
Christ our
Our
Saviour
Saviour
came
came
and suffered for us that he may save us through his suffering.
Let us glorify.
Exalt his name according to his great
Be
mercy.
Christos be en sotir
Afi av shepem ka
hinachenem ka
entev soti emo
marinti onav
tenet chisi empeperan
jeveronaini man.
katab evneshtinai.
As you know now, we say litanies, but without bowing down. We stand up and we pray, ask God for His mercy. Let us pray that God may have mercy and compassion on us, hear us, and help us, and accept the supplication and the prayers of His saints for that which is good in our behalf at all times, and forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Let us pray for the peace of the one whole universal apostolic church, and for God's salvation and comfort and abide in all places, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray for our fathers and our brethren who are sick with any sickness, whether in this place or any place, that the Lord our God may grant us with them health and healing, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for our fathers and our brethren in all places who are traveling or planning to travel, that God may ease their ways, whether by sea, rivers, lakes, or roads, or air, or any other means, and may the Lord our God guide them and return them in safety. May He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for the air of the heaven, the fruit of the earth, the trees in the vineyards, and all the fruit-bearing trees everywhere, that Christ our God may bless them, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Let us pray and ask that God may grant us mercy. Before leading authorities, incline their hearts with goodwill towards us always, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for our fathers and our brethren who have fallen asleep and repose in the faith of Christ, since the beginning of our holy fathers, the patriarchs, the metropolitans, and bishops, and hegemons, priests, and our brethren the deacons, and our fathers the monks, and our brethren the laymen nuns, and for the rest of all the departed Christians, that the Lord our God may repose all their souls. May He forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for those who are caring for the sacrifices, the offerings, the wine, the oil, the incense, the coverings, reading books, all the altar vessels, that the Lord our God may reward them in their labor in the heavenly Jerusalem. May He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for the catechumens of our people, that the Lord may bless them and open the eyes of their hearts, confirm them in the Orthodox faith until the last breath, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for this church and all the churches of the Orthodox people, for the desert monasteries and the elders, and for the peace of the whole world. The Lord our God may protect us and them from all evil. May He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for the life of outstanding of our honorable Father, Patriarch, the Archbishop of Abba Tawadros II, his partner of apostolic ministry, Bishop Emma Daniel, that the Lord may preserve their life and confirm them in their seat for many years and peaceful times. May He forgive us our sins.
Lord
Have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for our Orthodox fathers everywhere, metropolitans, bishops, hegemons, priests, and deacons, the order of the Church of the Christ our God, may preserve and strengthen, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for this assembly of ours and for the assemblies, the Orthodox people, that the Lord our God may bless them and fulfill them in peace and forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for the hierarchies of the Holy Church and all the orders of the clergy, that the Lord our God may protect them and bless them and strengthen them, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for those who toil in the Holy Church and for the Orthodox people, and the Lord our God may have mercy upon them, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for the Christ-loving rulers who asked us to pray for them by name, that the Lord our God may remember them in His mercy,
Grant them faith before powerful rules and forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for the poor, the weak, the farmers, and every soul in any type of hardship, that the Lord our God may have compassion upon them and us, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for those who are in distress, or in jail, or in prison, or in captivity, or in exile, for those who are bound by satanic evil spirits, that the Lord our God may free them from every hardship, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for all those gathered with us today in this holy place, seeking mercy with their soul, that the Lord mercy may compass both us and them, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for each person by name who asked us to remember them in our prayers, that the Lord our God may always remember them in His goodness, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Let us pray and ask for the rising of the waters, the rivers, the sea, that Christ our God may bless them and raise them according to their measure. Give joy to the earth with all the rivers. Sustain us and deliver the man, animal, and spare the world from the death and scarcity, plagues, and devastation, the sword of the enemy, that Thee may grant calm and peace and security to the church, and raise the state of the Christians in every place and on earth, until the last breath, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Let us pray and ask for this holy Pascha of our good and powerful Savior, that He may complete it for us in peace and bring us joy of His holy resurrection. In safety, may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Enotina theshonaironari onaiman kentek met orum.
Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Mortetirini moinanen tekelini seminanen tekelini kannominanemol. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Ore vole nikacim tetie ecclesia arisoteros en eskim charene. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Emmanuel bennoti fenten miti tino qirbu ente bebiot nem bebnem maswab. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Tefes moiron tirin, tefavo ennen gidin, tefalachor mishor, tefesishinem soma. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Tenoshtem moko beChristos, nem bekyoten agathos, nem bem matovatia pascha sotiemon. Amina leo elus severtike, ioke agiom pneumatike, nikaike, sposionas volion, amin, tenoshe volin goen, Moshe oben choice, Isos ver Christos, vieta vace, vestavros ekechom kemem satanas, apasiten nene chala, sotiemon ovon ainar, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eulogison, amines moerois, timatania coni evol compiesmo.
May Jesus Christ, our true God, who through His own goodwill accepted the suffering and was crucified on the cross for our sake. May he bless us with all the spiritual blessing, and support us, and complete for us the Holy Pascha, and bring forth upon us the joy of his holy resurrection for many years and peaceful times, through the never-ending intercession of the Holy Theotokos Saint Mary, and all the choir of the angels and archangels, through the prayers of the patriarchs, the prophets, the apostles, the martyrs, the righteous and the holy ones, the cross-bearers and the ascetics and the confessors, the anchorites, and through the blessing of this Holy Pascha of our good Savior. May their holy blessing, their benediction, their power, their gift, their love, and their help be with us. Amin. Be Christos ben noti.
Amin.
King of peace, grant us your peace, establish for us your peace. Forgive us our sins. For yours the glory and the power, blessing and the might forever. Amen. Hear us, we pray, our Father.
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
The grace of our Lord God and Savior Jesus Christ be with you all. Go in peace. The peace of the Lord Jesus be with you all. May you live and pray. Tonight we begin at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. So please come forward. If the deacons will put the urban down the bottom, we'll go from either side and go out from the middle. Go in peace. The peace of Christ be with you.